Alright, hello, hello, hello. Greetings, welcoming. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and happy Monday, everyone. I hope it has been treating you all kindly so far. We are here. We are here. Cooey. Okay, so we are on a complete invisible productivity day today. I'm once again working on Heyoteo's model quite a bit. And I'm also going to see if I can add a little bit more to Zany's thing as well. So we'll see what happens on both of those fronts. Sorry, I just hit the save button on where I was lost. So I'm a little bit jittery right this very second. While that is busy saving. But yes, we are here and we are going to hopefully have a good, long, productive evening. Yes. So I realize I'm starting a little bit later than usual as well. I had something that was updating and it is not quite finished yet. Why? Because the updater stalled. Updater stalled. Okay. No wonder. Okay, so I have been also doing setups for compatibility things because I was looking at the existing Toyo rig a little bit earlier, trying to decide on how I was going to process certain things. And well, let's just say that I discovered that basically I may have to actually end up redoing the entire head rig a little bit. Maybe not the entire head turns, but definitely some significant changes to a great deal of things. So pretty much after importing the new layers that I'm going to be working on today, in a nutshell, I am pretty much going to probably need to completely redo the rig. It's not ideal, but it's where we're at. It's where we're at. So we do what we can accordingly, right? Yeah. So I am going to head over into our usual spot. I'm not necessarily sure that I'm going to sit in our open office today. Gotta lock in a little bit. But yes, the idea is general productivity. Please feel free to chat along, even if I look like I'm locked in. I would usually have no issues with. I should have no issues with looking up just because I see stuff moving on chat. So please, if you want to chat. You are not interrupting me. Sorry, I just need to quickly handle something. Aha! Okay, unanticipated, but contained chaos. Okay. Whew. And watch it now. Whatever just fell, not a problem. But what I think we can start off with, while I'm waiting for the save to finish, because the save is taking a while, is that we can start with a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And I just before stream made myself a nice fresh cup of coffee as well. So, while it's still nice and warm and toasty, I wanted to really just enjoy a bit of that. But yes, so just waiting for this thing to finish saving. And over here, I want to check. I'm just going to minimize for a second. Open that up. Just gonna come over here quickly. I need to just take care of something real quick. Okay, that's gonna take a while still, so I will leave that as there is. Okay, that thing is finished saving and has closed, so we can proceed over here. Let's see. Bum. Okay, I was finishing up doing corrections to these. And that's the Chaos Cat saying hello. Hello, Mal. What's your story, huh? Come on. Let's see, do you want more up or do you want out? Which is it? You want it. Alright, Chaos Cat evacuated. Now we can actually do the job. Now we can actually do the job. Okay. There we go. Actually, I want to undo that. Hold up. Switch this thing on again. Okay. Something like that. All right, now what I want to do is come in here, get rid of that, and just customize these edges. That one is actually pretty much there. That one's good. Next one, yeah. What's happening? Oh my word, Alex! Thank you so much for the donation. Welcome in. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Ah. Thank you so much. Ah. I hope you're having a wonderful Monday. You've just made mine a lot better. And thank you for helping bring us closer to the possibility of making Harrier 3D a possibility. No worries, thank you reached the goal. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ah! We're doing a bit of invisible productivity this day. On stuff that I can't necessarily show on stream. As I ready the last bits of a VTuber model for Heyo Teo for importing into Live 2D. So that is what we are up to at the moment. And on my end, I hope that anyone who is joining us can also be motivated to continue with the things that are currently in your individual queues, and that we can all have a productive, collaborative day. Ooh, good luck with art. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am currently working on feet. And I will tell you, if an artist thinks that hands are tricky to draw, feet are doubly so. Because they are even more ambiguous in shape. And contour is interesting to try and do battle with. But we fight on. We shall have victory. And I think I'm fairly close, so... we should be okay, I think. There we go. Now, I need to still repair the shading on that side because that does not look right by any stretch of the imagination. So let me hide that for a bit. Where is the leg? Here. That'll do the trick. And also in about another 10 minutes time, I'm going to also be switching up our music for about an hour as well, so, or however long it takes for me to get desperately tired of a track, we'll see. So yes, that is going to be what's happening as well. I'm trying to keep my eye on the clock to keep a little bit more of a handle on the passage of time until such time as I receive the timer that I ordered, which should be arriving sometime this week. If I'm not mistaken, it should be arriving sometime this week. When exactly is anyone's guess, but sometime. Probably between tomorrow and Thursday. If I'm desperately lucky, tomorrow. Although I'm not going to really hold thumbs for that. Alright, so, I need to check something here, reference. On this side. That does not help. Yep, they are just really, really weird things. I have to shade. Yep, okay, so what I do know is that I need to change this angle. And here, pull that down like that. Alright, that'll do, I think. I think that'll do. Okay. Calling that part sorted. Okay. Next thing I need to do is going to be the tassels on that. And then I'll come back to arms. Which I need to make one word because otherwise it's not going to go do the thing. That layer goes away because we're not going to use it, and that's going to be TS tassel. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Add that, show that. Now what I want to do is symmetry ruler. I want to grab this, drop that there. Now what I do is I'm gonna grab that color. And that. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go here. There we go, constructing. Bits and pieces to do a job. Mini Sharktopod, hello, hello. Don't know if Twitch is just being buggy for me, very possible, but I only see a black screen with audio. YouTube seems fine, just going to look briefly, just wanted to mention in case. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Let me check what's going on here. Error 5000, what does that mean? Let me end this Twitch side and restart it. Let's see. Okay, hopefully that should have fixed it. Hopefully that should have fixed it. I think so. I think we're back. Encoding error. It just needed to reconnect. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Mini Sharktopod. Greatly, greatly appreciated. I hope that you are having a great Monday so far. How are you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you for bringing that to my attention. Eek. That ain't gonna do the trick. That ain't gonna do the trick. There. Let me do... Nope. Needs to look cost. There we go. We have visual, yay! I am glad, I am glad. Restarting the stream helped on that. Thankfully it was quick to get things reconnected there. Yay, victory. Glad I could be helpful. It was a significant help. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I would genuinely not have known without your assistance. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Because on my end it didn't give me any errors or anything to indicate that something had gone wrong. So greatly, greatly appreciated. I think we're almost there. Now what I want to do is move this back where it's out the way. There we go. And here, grab the entire thing, just move it down a smidge. No, scale it down a smidge. Ah, that's what I was going to do. That's what I was going to do with it. Okay. Connection isn't happening there. And up there. Alright, okay. And it is now time for a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip, shall we? I'm also going to change up music now, so let's see. What shall we go with? What does this one sound like? What does this one sound like? I forget. I'm gonna make a note of this. No, this is not going to be one we're going to stick with. Let me just make a note of which one this is. Definitely not going to be sticking with this one. What's the next one? Why do I get the feeling that one is going to be very, very cyber popish? Yep. This one is... Thought so. Okay. Move this one up. Yeah. Maiku, g'day mate. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How goes? How are you going? I'm doing well, I'm doing well. We are locked in with a couple of things that I can't really show on stream in terms of VTuber model art madness that may break TOS if I accidentally unhide the wrong layer at the wrong moment. So until I bring it into Live 2D for the rig, I can't really show much of what's happening on screen at the moment. But I will be doing that for soon. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, it has been a wild last couple of weeks now that I think about it. Ever since September it's been wild. I have had a hard time keeping track of anything, so if you haven't been around all that much, don't worry about it. November is notoriously busy. It's all good. Yeah. It's just one of those things that one has to, you know, navigate. And in between I'm trying to do software maintenance in the back. Because otherwise I'm not going to have an easy time of testing Live 2D things in a wee bit as well, so yay. Okay, so now I can get rid of that modification. Select outside, grab that, fill, edit, outline selection, 2, okay, there we go. But yeah, I hope that everyone else is doing well, and that if you are in your own productivity states this day, that it's going well. I haven't uploaded in a while, but I think I'll upload some more piano music, I think. Ooh, nice! Nice, nice. Let me just change the names. Inks. Fill. This is gonna be Shine Mask. And then one more, which is gonna be the Shine. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. It just depends, since my cockatoo likes to scream in the background, so most of my recordings it's just my cockatoo screaming. Oh no! Yeah, I get you, I get you. My chaos cat, whenever I practice singing, he also goes and starts screaming as well. Like, human, you're making noise. Why are you making noise? Let me make noise too. Ah! I just want to do things with, honestly. It's kind of cute. Slightly frustrating for recordings, but cute. Exactly, which is why I just shut the bird in a cage, and I'm like, behave until I'm done, then you can throw a tantrum. Yeah, I get it, I get it. That needs to get cleared. Now let me check. Okay, that will work for the shine. Now here, lock opacity. I'm going to use that color because it's reliable. And more importantly, rediscoverable. Let's see. Nope, that ain't it. Like so. There we go. One time my neighbors called the cops on my two birds since they were screaming. Helped me, and they came and showed them. They burst out laughing. They literally sound like a cat. Oh my word. You know what? I get it. I get it. I would also burst out laughing if I got a panic call and it turned out to be a pair of birds who are just very good at mimicking things. I'm just glad that that there was actually a response from the police when they got that call. That's a good sign. That inspires a little bit of confidence. They mimicked me when I was playing a video game. Oh dear. Embarrassing, but also funny. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, I get it. Now, thankfully, my cats are not going to start doing voice mimicry in a hurry. If they do, then I'm going to be more concerned. It's just birds be these days being birds. I tell you, they are like orange cats. They do have orange cat energy. Birds legitimately do have orange cat energy, honestly. You are not wrong there. Now let's see, how does that behave and respond? I feel like that color needs to be deeper and darker. They are part cat and birds. I thought I would get a quiet chill birds when I first got them. They were chill, but now they are my alarm clock the next morning. Oh, they copy a baby cry. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I think maybe it's time to start playing Jim Reeves in the house or something, so that there's at least something less alarming sounding in their vocabulary. This would be an interesting time, 3 babies in the house. I thought my brother's crying. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I think I've got that piece almost as I want it. Now I'm just gonna carve this out a little bit more. Been up until 2:30, fell asleep at 4, then got up at 6. Eesh! It's a tough day. Tough day, tough day. Definitely when I have work. Ish. Good luck. Okay. I have now got that shine working the way that I want the shine to work. Yay. Okay, so now I just need to ease that a little bit better. There we go. That one now works like how I wanted to. And over here, I'm gonna grab that color and just smidge a little bit of that in a couple of places, just to get some hue variation. Yep. Here we go. Okay. So that I'm going to then duplicate and call that, instead of tacit skirt tassel, I'm going to call that the cauldron tassel. Copy those letters. Paste. 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 Okay. So then that is going to sit over there. And that is going to sit over there. There we go. Save button. Sounds like a good idea right about now. And I think it's time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. And I'm going to, over here, I want to come to my details. I want to update something. I want to update my credit scroll. So scroll of thanks I'm updating. With subs and donations. for the month. Okay. Here we go. Right. That was something that has been bugging me. That is now updated. He thinks it's time to change the music again, as well. This one is just a little bit too up-tempo, I feel, for right this very moment. I forget, what does this one sound like? I'm busy going through the list and also grabbing notes of what they all sound like, of what I've currently got. I'm going to be updating this list as I can, but... Oh, it's this one. Ugh. No. That one is gonna be the... Making the note. There we go. What's that one? Nope. That one, why does it have an image associated with it? Remove it. That one is also not going to do the trick. Let's see, what's this one? Also very corporate sounding. And good for shorts, not necessarily good for continuous backgrounding. Let's see. Which one's this? Okay, this is definitely more toned down. Good for being productive. We'll see how repetitive it is. Sanghoon, hello, hello, welcome back. And from hospital, oh my word. Don't apologize if you've been in hospital. Well, firstly, don't ever apologize for missing streams. Life happens, but shame. I hope you are okay. And I'm sorry that you were in hospital. I hope you're okay. I love the background, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The hex curtain is a very, very useful way of showing that stuff is happening, even though I can't necessarily show you what I'm busy with at the exact moment. I am okay? Okay, that's good news. I am. That's good news, that's good news. Okay, this one is also not gonna do the trick. It's just... let's see. What's that one? What's this one sound like? Let's keep this one. This one sounds like... Yeah, let's keep this one for a while. Going through my list and making notes of what everything sounds like. So that I don't completely forget, and I can figure out what sorts of mood gaps to fill in next time I go and hunt for background music bits. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now, we've got... There we go. Okay, so next I've got tassels on those two. I need to now come to our primary skirt. And come to the embroidery. Because why? There is an issue, which means I'm going to need to redo all of it. You know what? I'm not going to put this on a shine. I'm not going to put this on a shine. I'm going to do this manually. And hide that, because it's just going to get in the way. Okay, now here what I need to do is firstly lock the layer opacity. There we go. Alex, hello. I hope everyone has a fun time. Off to go sleep. Good night. All right, Alex, rest well. Rest well. I hope that you enjoy your sleep and that you wake up feeling refreshed in the morning. Good luck out there. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you once again for your massive, massive, massive contribution. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That ought to do the trick, yeah? Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to copy this. Move it this way. Line it up. Duplicate. Bump it up. Duplicate. Like so. Then here, grab all of those and clear. Merge those three together. Duplicate. Grab onto that as well. Transform the horizontal. Okay, so now those should all be together. Yes. Undo, 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 undo. Because why? This needs a different touch. It needs something like that. Yeah, it wanted that extra bit of warmth. Okay, that's not gonna work. Never mind that. What's this? Try that again. Let's see how that happens. Merge down. Copy, paste. clear selection, bump you across, line you up, duplicate, bump you across, duplicate, bump you across. Merge, merge, here, grab U3, begone, here, grab you, transform, flip horizontal, nope, cancel, first duplicate, then grab you. Transform and flip horizontal. Okay. Now we grab you two, merge down, merge down. Okay, now that should work. Save button. I think that is in order at this point. Now, the next thing I've got to do is going to be next thing I'm going to do, I'm thinking is gonna be I need to start on the cape. I think that's what I need to start on next. Okay, so now collapse those. Dial that back up to 100. Show there. Hide that. Alright, so then this is going to be new layer, rename, one, two, three. First color is going to be that one, I believe. Yes, that is going to indeed be the first one. Scale that down. Alright, now what I want to do is just smooth this out just a smidge more. That should do the trick, yes. Okay. Now I should be able to copy that. Paste. And move this. Like that. Just adjust the scale slightly. Where is the actual handle? All the way over there. And just dump that closer to where I'm working so that I can have a clearer guideline. There we go. And over here, we're gonna just grab this, add a little bit of shade. Like that. Hide the source. And I want to grab that color as well. Lock opacity. There we go. Okay. So now what I need to do is design the edge trim here. So let's see. I want to here incorporate that color a bit darker and a little bit bluer, like that. Okay, let's lock that opacity and fill, unlock. And let's do this. Clear it again, sorry. Okay, that needs to get locked now. Now I need to switch to white. And this is slightly more tedious, but it's going to be worth it. There we go. Something like that, yeah. Okay, there we go. I hope we're all holding out okay. I'm nearly done with doing the first layer of fur trim on a thing. Because there's a front and a back section for this. And no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, at least it's looking fluffy. That's the main thing, is it's looking fluffy. Okay, there we go. That'll do the trick there. Now, here, new layer on top. This is going to be 1, 2, 3. There we go. Normal outlines are definitely not going to work on this thing, that's for sure. Okay, and like that. What I do want to do is I want to see very quickly. How does that react? Rather terribly. Okay. And if I go and duplicate, and fill, I kind of like that effect actually. Oh. Gives depth in places, which is interesting. Okay, I'll roll with that. Okay. Duplicate that. And fill. Duplicate. Merge down. Duplicate. Merge down. Duplicate. Merge down. Okay, then over here. Okay. Now, we continue with the doof. That ain't it. Like that, maybe. There we go. All right. Slowly but certainly making progress on nose fur. Hope everyone is holding up okay. I think it is time for another hydrate, so let's all acquire our nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay. What's everyone drinking? I think that's a good question for now. What's everyone drinking? What is your hydrate of the day? Toaster, hello! Buggy Wuggy, this bread ain't soggy! Hello! Hello, Toaster! Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? That was definitely an interesting greeting. How goes, Toaster? Just got home and preparing for nom noms. Hey, nice. Nice, nice. I feel like this is... I know that I've just wasted 10 minutes on it, but I feel like this is too translucent. Unless I do this. Yes. Let's just do that first, yeah. Feel like that's a bit better now. I hope that food is gonna be good. Almost done with this line of floof. Okay. No. Both of them. Okay. Source render show. Something like that. There we go. Grab that. Collapse you. And almost got it. And like that, let's see. That will do, yeah. Hide that. Oof, okay. Clear that. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now, up here. Actually going to need to trim that down even further. And I think it's time to switch music again. Let's see. Let's go back to default, I think. Yeah, back to default. Okay, hide the source render, I just want to see. Yeah, almost there. So now what we do is we go select that, edit, outline selection 1, okay. Session, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the push-ups. Let me do that. How are you doing this fine day? Hi, Harrier, hello. Let me just get the chair out the way. There we go, chair out the way. I'm vibing. That's good news. We're always up for a good vibe. Okay, push-up time. Let's try. 1, 2, 3. Oh my word, I definitely lost it a couple of days ago. 4 and 5. Phew. I need to do that more frequently. Ay. Okay. I need to undo a whole bunch of stuff because apparently I just destroyed things that I worked on for the last 20 minutes. Okay, so undo. Beyond this layer only. Delete. There we go. Now, we put that up there. Select that. Not yet. Because that is still not right. There we go. Come the end of the month, I'll be able to continue my con with you? No problem. The timelines work out that way, I think. The timelines should work out that way. I'm gonna try and have the model that I'm currently working on, which is for Teo, done also by the end of this month, so that should align nicely in terms of everyone's timelines working out. Yeah? All right. So like that. Now grab that color, grab black, edit outline, 1 on border, okay. Here, multiply, grab that color. Like that, will do. There we go. Slowly but certainly I'm plowing through all of the art layers on this project. We're getting there. Aside from the lower arms and hands, I'm pretty happy that the body parts are done. I'm very close to being done with outfit layers as well, so we're very, very, very close to being there and ready. Then next piece is gonna be the tassel. Okay, so cape tassel. Okay, and it's going to need 2 subfolders. Cape tassel 1. And duplicate cape tassel 2, and it's going to need 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Grab our which black? The darker one. Okay, this one we're gonna grab our hard round. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now here. Clear it, that's wrong. Hide the source render. There we go. Then here. I think we're just about there. Now let me just pull this upwards so that those align. Nice, okay. Lock that opacity, and fill. Okay. Here. Grab that. Multiply. Like so. There we go. Let's grab that. There we are. Okay. Now we just need to grab these and go edit. Undo. Outline. Draw on border 1. Would help if I was on the correct layer. Okay, same over here. Grab. Edit, outline, draw on border 1. Okay. So that's those two. And then this needs the tassel cap. All right. Let me put that in a group so that I don't get confused with it. Okay, and what does it look like? Pretty straightforward, okay. Alright, now here, just gonna shade this in. Let's grab that. And outline 1. There we go. There we go. That should do the trick there. Save button sounds like a good idea. Save button sounds like a good idea. Everyone who's busy doing stuff alongside me, please consider hitting the save button now. Methinks that would be wise. Okay. So the next thing I need to do is do the shading on the filigree over here. Grab that and shrink by 1, invert, and invert. Add glow, click down here, and invert. Invert. Reselect, invert, grab here, okay, that'll work on those. Merge that down. And now what I want to do, what I want to do. What was this one again? Alright. That'll do. Next is going to be pauldron. Sai, hello, hello, welcome in. What's good? We're being productive. We're being productive. We've been hard at work getting art layers on Teo's model ready to fly. There have been so many moments where it has not been safe for YouTube, so I am so glad I've been working behind the hex curtain. QE! How are you doing? I hope you've been having a good Monday so far. Was not so good, but got better. Aww. So I'd say it'll be an average of decent. That's fair. Those days happen. Those days happen. Never fun, but well done for getting through it. Okay. So those armband pieces are good. Now the actual pauldron pieces. So, what color are they? Black. Now I need to think very carefully because these are going to be somewhat three-dimensional, so I can't necessarily have them all in one piece. So edit, outline selection. There we go. Next is going to be the pauldron itself. And it's going to be a back piece. Okay, like so. Grab that color. Something like that. Okay. I want to now go over here. Collapse that, because I don't need those open. Okay. Group pauldron back. Okay. Then we're gonna need a duplicate, which we empty, and that's gonna be low angle. Okay. Unlock. Duplicate. That's gonna be up angle. This might be broad and kind of out of nowhere, but I can't help but wonder sometimes how you just keep going and going. You might be one of the most self-motivated people I've ever seen. I think it's because it's kind of just my default state of existence is to be making stuff. Like, if I'm not making stuff, I honestly feel frustrated. A little bit. I think that's one of the things that is definitely a major thing. It's kind of I can only define it as probably just being a normal default for me. When I say if I'm not making stuff, I'm not me, I really mean it. It's usually if something like that is happening, I'm burnt out and then I'm sad and frustrated because I want to make stuff, but nothing that I make feels right, and then it's quality tanks and rare. So, yeah, I don't know, it's just default. Yeah, it's my normal. I think for me the hardest thing is sticking with one particular task as well. Because my brain is not immune to wanting to do the shiny new thing sometimes. But I think all creatives are like that to a degree. We get an idea and we want to chase the shiny new idea. And that's also very, very, very normal. And I think that's why I generally do well when I'm juggling 2 or 3 projects at the same time. Because then as I get worn out from one thing, I just task switch to the next thing. And then task switch to the next thing. Kinda wish there was a secret to the motivation that I could learn. I don't know if it's motivation or if it's ADHD. It's gotta be one of the two. I honestly don't know. I am 90% sure. I've mentioned this before. I am 90% sure I am ADHD. Never gonna get a formal diagnosis, but I am 90% sure. And one of the reasons I am so sure is because the ability to hyper-focus on a thing that you find interesting is one of the markers that they look for in diagnosis. And that's just one of the reasons why I'm fairly certain. Obviously, it's not the only thing that gives me a clue, but it's one of the big. It's one of the big hints. And I think it's just kind of part of how my brain was put together and wired. I get the twitching thing, the switching thing. Oh yeah, the task switching is a really, really big thing. If you can plan your tasks so that the tasks in your queue are different enough that it scratches the brain itch of, I am doing a different thing now, then it really, really, really helps in managing that creative energy. Like, it really, really, really significantly helps. Which is why, like, when it comes to the VTuber model things, I'm enjoying having a couple in the queue that are in different stages of the process. So, like, now I'm very close to being done with Teo's model art, so soon I'll be able to get into the rig on Teo. At which point I'll be able to also, as a back-end task, start working on Sishian's model art as well. So then I've got the two very different kinds of mental process to juggle between the art side, or the drawing side of the process, and the rigging side of the process. And then obviously all of the little things that come in between. And I'm going to try and do the Globy Pause Challenge 2 a little bit later as well. A little bit later in the month. I don't know yet, but I'd like to. I'd really, really like to. also is something interesting and different. And oh yes, also I am planning next Sunday and the Sunday thereafter to do the remaining combat style analysis entries. I am planning on doing those then. Also to just do something different with the brain as well. Now that I'm caught up in terms of my deadlines, which is a huge relief in terms of stress reduction on the brain chemistry, I should be able to manage my time accordingly to be able to disperse those little brain breaks in between all of the commission grinding that happens throughout the week. So I'd like to be doing those combat style analyses on those 2 days. This weekend we're going to do the watch along, hopefully we'll do the watch along on the Discord. And yeah, I am going to try and on a Wednesday do the Final Fantasy XIV thing, just to have that midweek pressure break as well, because otherwise the creative energy doesn't get a chance to just recover by doing something vastly different. Like, I don't think I'm the sort of person who can sit and do nothing. I unfortunately don't have a nothing box where you can just sit, because sometimes you thinks and sits, and sometimes you just sits, and I ain't got the just sits button. I ain't got that box that I can park off in. So I need to be doing something. Otherwise I just, yeah, bleh. If I'm not doing something, I'm asleep. If I am too tired to do absolutely everything, I am asleep. that is pretty much where I'm at. So I'm going to be working on managing energy output such that we don't end up with the deadline panic that we had last month. But I'm also going to be yeah, I'm also going to just be keeping a watchful eye on dates to make sure that I don't start slipping. Because unlike with Donathon month, which was trying to be all of the variety to bring in interest, we are now in stability mode and in pursuit of stability, so that when we do the interesting different things, it does not come at the expense of normal operations. Unfortunately, the nothing box came pre-installed with my genetics, probably needed as a counterbalance to my usual everything box. Yeah. There is a comedy skit which my parents have been wanting to take my brother and I to, if we can, if it ever shows in my part of the world again, called Defending the Caveman, which is where my family got introduced to the term nothing box, and it is described as a predominantly male thing, and I get it. So just nothing between the ears for a bit sounds great. But at the same time, Sometimes there are advantages to having the sort of everything is connected mindset. When I feel the progress, I've gotten stuck on the one thing for a little entire night before. Yeah, some people don't believe when we answer, what are you thinking about with nothing, but genuinely sometimes it's literally nothing or something random that we can't explain. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I can... I can believe that that is indeed a thing with how the male brain is wired. It has its uses sometimes to just not think, right? I think the closest that I have ever had to just not thinking is not being able to hold onto a train of thought for more than 5 seconds at a time. I think that's the closest I've gotten to not thinking. Is being aware of, I am thinking, but it's so all over the show that I'm not going to remember what I thought about 2 seconds from now. But I know I was thinking something, because it's loud in there. Which is also why I'll sometimes forget what I'm saying partway through a sentence. I'll start randomly questioning old sayings sometimes, like, have you ever wondered why spilling the beans is a term for letting out a secret? Why would it be? Yeah, like that's an interesting thing. Like, why words, after you've repeated them 2 or 3 times, stop looking like a word? Or how they came up with that particular word for that particular thing. Or that particular onomatopoeia for that particular thing. Like... those sorts of quote-unquote shower thoughts. Okay, that's those, so now if I do... This is why I know random disorganized facts. I have stupid questions and I Google the answers. You know what? I can think of worse things to do with your time than think of random, I wonder what this is, and then finding out. This has been a tangent. How did we get here? You know, that's a good question. I can't remember. But tangents are great, aren't they? Oh yes, you asked me how I stick with things on the grind. That's how we got here. That's how we got here. I live in the left field. Fuck, what color? Smacked with a random thought again. But yeah, I just need to start stuff and get to the point of actual progress. Wish there was a shortcut, but I guess as many things, it boils down to just willing oneself to just do it until it happens. Wrangling the bag of cats. Yeah. It's not a straightforward thing to try and tie down all the butterflies between the ears. Some days. It's really not a straightforward thing. Anyway, what have you been ping-ponging between? Just the different projects and different stages that you mentioned. At the moment, yeah. It's been I've been toggling between Zany's outfit design and Teo's model up until recently, Luna Wolf's model, Luna Bell's model, up until recently, and all of the Your Character Here commissions that come in every now and again. I also, in between, have been trying to get some writing in for Misthaven lore as well. So that's been happening in the background, but it's a sentence here, a sentence there, while I put things in place, because I have plans for how I want to present it. And in typical Harrier fashion, it's not straightforward. It's not straightforward. So It's going to take a little bit of preparation work to get to the point where it can be shown off properly. But I'm building towards that. Okay, so those are looking good for now. Now what I want to do is I want to add on top of that just a little bit of bounce color from this side of things. I have returned from the anticipation. Nom noms! Yay, welcome back. I hope it was tasty. It was hot and filled my belly, yes. One of those days again, huh? Avoiding the question, is it tasty? I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there. Okay, that's got enough bounce light going on there. I'm happy. That looks nice and metallic. Now I want to see about a little bit, just a little smidge, itty bit. Do I want to add the glittering? Let me just decide. Just a smidge. Okay, just a smidge. I want that on the up angle. I want here. This one, effect. I'm looking for... Am I looking for effect or am I looking for hatching? Scratch brush. Here we go, here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. This is the one I'm looking for. Okay. Clear it. That will do the trick here. Clip. Okay. And on the rim. Okay. So that should do it for the pauldrons. Save button is in order at this juncture, I think, as well as a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Okay, let's show everything again so I can see. Layer order is definitely going to be a thing to be addressed, but we are mostly there. We are mostly there now. I am not happy with the choker setup. And I need to just doubly check. Okay, I will get information back on that. Questions asked. Let's see if we get a response back quickly. Okay, nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. So I can turn this down significantly. Thankfully, I was not happy with it. Get rid of that. Okay, so now I can come over here and make adjustments. So we're doing a couple of minor design tweaks on the fly. And that immediately looks better. Like, immediately. Okay, that immediately looks better. Okay, so now I want to do the the change, those little decorative chains. The green hexagons look wonderful as always. Yeah, the number of times that this has already flashed in a not safe for work way has just been insane this day. I am so glad I've been working behind the hex curtain because, oh boy. With the layering I've been dealing with, yeah. Trying to get the clothes layers all stacked correctly. Oh my, yeah, I know. That's one of the unfortunate side effects of doing models that have the potential to have alternative outfits later, is you can't show all of the layers on YouTube or on any other streaming platform that is savory, for that matter. You know? That is reasonable. Yeah. Because when I do art for models, that's always something that I want to keep in mind and keep as an option, is the potential to do alternative outfits later down the line. And having that versatility is worth everything. Because that way you don't have to redraw all of the body parts, especially when you've got more complicated rigs with poses and things like that. Totally fair. I mean, there's nothing stopping me potentially from doing all of the art layers for like the torso with all of the clothes in one layer type thing and not have actual body parts underneath. But yeah. There was a period of time where Twitch allowed certain nudity under the art category, but then some people started exploiting that for very markedly non-artistic uses. Yeah, that was a wild time. When was that? Somewhere before middle of this year, I think. Somewhere there. It was 2 weeks of chaos. It was 2 weeks of chaos. Ugh. It was a very weird time to be an art streamer on Twitch. Ugh. Did not go looking for any streams at that point in the fight. Okay, so then this comes out there, and this is going to be pauldron chains. Heard there was someone over here, so I dropped dimensions to say hi. Yes, this is you. Yeah. Interestingly, I see that the viewership on the two platforms has been pretty much the same today, which is interesting. Usually that's not necessarily the case. Well, now I'm in a state of quantum superposition as well. Superposition. Okay, sorry. Can't read, apparently. Let's dial that down to like 30. Nope. 15. Who needs to read? There's science to be done. Ah. Let me just hide that for a second. And fill, edit, outline selection 2. Okay. That'll do the trick. There we go, there we go. That covers the bottom, but I want to still have... Do I still want to have that? I might need it. Actually, no. Do I need it? Yes, we need it. Duplicate. Clear. Shoulder ribbons. Yeah. Grab that. Grab that. Lock. Fill. Lock. Fill. Okay. Something like that. Almost got this. Almost got this. Okay, now if I show that again. There we go. So save for the arms, that is pretty much everything on that side sorted. Okay, save. Now we just need to do the arms! Now we just need to do the arms. Yay, yay, yay. And then it is art layers pretty much good to go. And with arms it also includes the one mecha arm. Where are we in terms of time on stream? Okay, so that's when we are. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. I think it's time for another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Almost done saving. Almost, almost, almost. And then once that is sorted, I'm going to need to start the process of carefully making sure that I've got the layers merged that need to be merged and flattened that need to be flattened, and cut in half what needs to be cut in half. And then we can import into Live 2D. It's gonna be way, way, way sooner than oh, I still need to do the tail. I still need to do the tail. I need to decide what method I'm going to use for the tail. I need to decide what method I'm going to use for the tail, because it's long. It's really long, and I need to make sure that it will work properly. Because it is not gonna behave the same way as Lunabelle's. Not by long and a ways. Okay. I think I can show you guys progress for today. I've got everything that needs to be hidden, so let's just pop over here for a smidge. So, updates in terms of what all happened. We did the entirety of the cape, pauldron, and throat assembly. We did a little bit more refinement to what was happening on the feet, because those were not done where we ended off last time. We did these tassel bits on the ends of our tasset skirt and our cape dangle. All of the floof on the cape. So we are steadily making good progress. On all of that. So it's literally now just the arms and the tail, as far as body layers go. We've decided to veto the leg warmers from previous iterations because they weren't adding anything, and the contrast between the warm color of the legs and the cold color of the inside of the tasset skirt looks good. So we don't really want to mess with that. Also, lore-wise, Teo is a character who does not like having restrictions over skin. So this is probably amongst the most clothes she will ever be caught wearing. Aside from the fact that she has had long pants in previous iteration of the design as well. Very mismatched though. I think there was a reason for that as well. Can't remember. I don't think she enjoyed wearing it though, based on what I know of the character. So yeah, we've made good progress. Happiness there. I'm just gonna go back to the hex curtain because there is stuff that needs to be hidden for the next bits. There is stuff that needs to be hidden for the next bits, so I think the next thing that is going to need to be... hide that, all of it. Pardon me. Oy. That was a little out of nowhere. Okay. Hooray for progress. Yes! Progress is fun. Progress is good. Sorry, that was a little late for the progress check behind the curtain. Was doing a thing. It's okay. It's okay. You were progressing in your own things. That's also good. Doing my best, got inspiration to get going. Hey, awesome, awesome. That's good news. Oh, here, let's see. Cool. Hide the source render. Now what I need to do is I need to pose guide. Clear it. Hide that, because I don't need that. I want that to sit there. Let's try this. Alright, I have got the pose guide almost sorted, I think. Let's shift that way, that way. Okay, next piece of the pose to sort is gonna be or no. Wait, it's not gonna sit on that leg, it's gonna sit on this leg. Which means that this is probably gonna do that. Let's see. Okay, that'll do the trick. That'll do the trick there. That label's still not right. Get my center of gravity right. There we go. Save button. Thank you, Toaster. Greatly appreciated. Your timing is good. Your timing is very good there. So everyone, if you are busy working alongside, please, courtesy of Stale Toaster, time to hit the save button. Also, I think it's time to hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip as well. Whew. I forgot to shake that. I'm gonna regret that later. It's okay. Let's just wrap out and we'll figure it out. I will always make sure to hit the save button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciated. I think I'm gonna save the lower arms for towards the end because I do not necessarily feel comfy trying to predict how I want to manage those layers before I've got the rest of the rig working. Much like on Lunabelle's art, I don't feel comfy working on the lower arms until like right at the end of the process. Because the arms are always the weird part, right? They're always the part where they are probably one of the things that's going to be most mobile. But because of the joint, behavior gets weird sometimes. So if you want to be stingy on the number of layers that you've got going on, you're going to have a bad day. Doubly so with how many things you got going on there. So, methinks with that, until further notice, art layers are done. Until further notice. So, save. File Explorer. Go to the correct place over here. Where is Teo's folder here? Okay. Now I'm going to get rid of all of these excess PSDs because you. Okay. Then we're going to go File, Save As, and we're going to go PSD, and we're going to go like so. Yes. Alright, now I need to go through all of my layers and make sure that I haven't got things in here that will not work and that are not necessary. So, layers that are going to go away include the sketch, the source render, the swatch, the symmetry ruler, the paper, and we'll see what else. Now here I need to keep my wits about me because otherwise I'm gonna need to redo stuff. I just need to check something over here to make sure that nothing weird is happening or needs my urgent immediate attention. All good. Still exporting. Still exporting into PSD. Which it needs to do when it's doing a save as. Okay, Now, let's see. The layers that can immediately be deleted upon completion of this blue bar disappearing, please, which should be soon. Thank you. It's gonna be you, 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 you. Immediately, these layers I know I am not going to use. Go away. Alright. Next thing. That. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected. Collapse. Expand. No, I'm not going to do that yet. First, let me do all of the outfit layers done. And also, while I'm at it, make sure that there aren't any spaces in layer names. Don't need those. Go away. Okay. That one works, that one works. Yeah. Image down. This needs to be renamed. There we go. Collapse that down. Oh no. Yeah, that's good. This. That gets merged down. That one gets gone. That one gets gone. Merge down. selected. Image selected. Okay. Image selected. Image selected. Image selected. Image selected. Yeah. Image selected. 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 Okay. Now I need to go into the pauldron section, grab everything on that side and delete. Choker chain, delete. Shoulder ribbon, delete. And on this side, cape front, delete. Cape tassel, delete. Pauldron tassel is good. That one. Okay. Tassel skirt. Delete. Secondary skirt front. Delete. Primary skirt is one piece, basically. Secondary skirt back is one piece left and right. Okay. Next is going to be body layers. So, first things first, grab our rectangle. And we'll go those two, begone, no, undo, those two, begone, which layers have I already got, that need to be left alone. I've got rib and abdomen. Rib, abdomen, shoulder. Neck. Those two, all of those be gone. Next one that needs to go away is going to be you. You don't need to exist there. Almost got all of these. Drag those in there so I can see what all I've got going on here. I need to cut the collarbones in half. That needs to go. That needs to go. That needs to go. All right. What is this? That can also go. I think that's everything. So now that we've got everything removed that we don't need, merge selected, merge selected, merge selected, but this is asymmetrical. So this goes cut, paste, delete. There. This is STB. This is PRT. Okay. That is merge selected. Merge selected. Merge selected, grab, cut, paste, fill PRT, fill STB, okay. Merge selected, clear that, merge selected, 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 merge selected. Okay, slowly but certainly getting through the list. Almost there, and merge selected. That is the last of the body layers. Woohoo! Okay. So then, save button. Save button on the PSD. Okay. Okay, we are nearly there. I think we're gonna pull this into Live 2D still this day. And then once the file is safely in place, I think we're gonna call it a day once the file is safely in place. Whew, I am frozen to the bone again. Okay, so go in here, open up here, pull this in. Grab this. Put it in place. Okay. So there is much that needs repair before the next thing, but it is all in. I can do layer sorting and all of that madness in tomorrow's daylight hours while that is saving. Let us head over here. There we go. That has been a productive day. I did not expect to get all the way done, basically, except for arms, obviously. But all the way done with Teo's art layers this day. I did not expect that for this day. But here we are. That was a victory. Which means that we are definitely going to be good for the next thing on the cards, which is going to be, if I am not mistaken, yep, redoing the face rig. Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to set up today, which was one of the reasons why I kind of ended up going a little bit over time, is that I wanted to set up my VTube studio with the native iPhone tracking, not via vBridger. So native iPhone tracking with USB, and let's just say that I'm struggling with iTunes a little bit on the installation, so I am still in the process of debugging that. But when I've got that, that means that I will be able to do Teo's rig properly with the correct inputs, because I need to have the non-vBridger iPhone input as well. As an option, which is what Teo uses, is the native VTube Studio tracking on iPhone. So that is why I always ask, what tracking method do you want and use? Because what you have is what I'm going to rig for. Or what you are planning to use is what I'm going to rig for. So I am, once again, super, super grateful that I was able to actually invest in the correct hardware to be able to do the job. So from tomorrow, I will be doing time tracking on how much time I actually spend in Live 2D. So now that I've actually got all of the body pieces in place, I will be able to go and track on my clock. Okay, from this time to this time I've been working on this job, and I'll be able to track my time better, which means that I'll be able to adjust my prices according to a more realistic thing come the new year. Which is an important thing that I failed to do well on the previous model. So please, please, please help me double check that I am actually tracking my time properly, because I will forget. I will forget if I don't get help. So I've got my notebook next to me for my time tracking. I have got a dedicated notebook. It used to be used for other things, but those other things became completely obsolete. So those pages have been ripped out unceremoniously, and the entire thing repurposed for the time tracking. So it is probably one of the smallest notebooks I've got, but it's going to do the job because why? I can put it in front of me in the space between my keyboard and the edge of my desk, so it'll fit, it'll work for my time tracking. So come tomorrow, I'm going to start with that. And then, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I have started working on the test render for Sishian's model as well. Pretty much at the moment, I'm still in the line arting phase of that, so that is in progress as well. So once I have that a little bit further down the line, I'll be able to, okay, start tracing out which bits and pieces need expansion, etc., etc., planning out my parts according to how the model is going to be designed to move. So that's going to be a thing. And yeah, all of that is happening in the Clip Studio file where the actual model art is going to be, so that's all tracked in the Clip Studio time tracker, so I don't have a problem with that. It's just the keeping track of the time spent in Live 2D because that does not have a built-in time tracker. But we're getting places. We're getting places, and I am happy. I am happy. I am happy. Yes. So I will be probably not in Invisible Productivity tomorrow because we're going to be redoing the face rig, making sure that we've got all of the correct parameters for that. And yes, it's going to just be an interesting day, so we'll see what happens. I will try and do the parameter setup per the hardware requirements in the daytime hours, aside from putting the layers in more or less the right order and hiding the things that need to be hidden beforehand. First, in the daytime, so that when we get to stream time, we can just focus on the parts that are relevant and streamable first. And then, yes, Wednesday, we're going to have a little bit of a pressure break with Final Fantasy XIV again, a little bit more voice acting madness. We are going to be starting the little Alamigo questline on main scenario, because why? I am too far ahead in character levels for where I am in MSQ. So we're going to pretty much plow through MSQ for a bit, until more or less we are more caught up with everything. So we're going to do the little Alamigo questline as far as we get in one day. I can't remember how long that questline is, so we'll see. And then from there, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I've got a lot of potential grinding to do on a lot of support classes. So when we have caught up more or less with MSQ, I'll start working on subclass quests as well. Because why? It's a completionist run of A Realm Reborn, which I've not ever done yet. And I want to really absorb as much of that game as possible before going into the bought-in version ever again. So we are taking it nice and slow. We're not in a hurry. I've still got a lot of parts of the map, I think, to unlock, so I think yeah, there are still some areas in Kurthus that I've not yet gone to, I think. I can't remember. Anyway, we'll get to that on Wednesday. We'll get to that on Wednesday. So yeah. And then yes, on Sunday, normal stream time, we're going to be doing a watch along. Because apparently there is a gap in viewership history when it comes to the cultural icon that is Rambo. So we're going to be watching First Blood on Sunday in the Discord server. I am fairly certain that streaming it from my machine is going to be against TOS, so I have asked everyone to please make sure that you've got access to the film yourself in whatever way is viable for you. I don't know about geo restrictions, etc., and streaming platforms. So how you get it is up to you, but I've given you guys notice of what we're doing and when. So yes, we are going to be watching Rambo on Sunday. It is not a kids movie. It's not illegal if nobody says anything. Why did you have to say something? Really? Really? So just be mindful. It is something that has... It's Rambo. There is violence involved, so it should not be a question. This is an 18+ stream, so an 18+ channel. So I shouldn't need to be talking to any minors here, but just in case one of you has snuck in, be mindful. There's a lot of violence. It is a small town in America, so there's probably swearing, if I remember correctly. It's been like 3 years since I've last watched the movie. Yes, I've watched it more than once. Anyway, so just be mindful of that. Also, for those of us who have triggers, there is a very, very strong portrayal of PTSD in there, so if that is something that resonates with you, also maybe not exactly something you want to dial into. Otherwise, if you are okay with general action media, then you should be okay with this film. So, that's going to be what's happening on Sunday. Anything else on the immediate cards? Not right now, I don't think. I think that pretty much covers all of the admin in this iteration of reality this day. I think. Yeah, I think that covers everything for now. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Swearing and violence. Gasp. Yeah. Swearing and violence. So just be mindful of that if that is something that is a consideration for you. Be mindful of that. But yeah, we will be taking pretty much the week as it comes. And yeah, I will see you guys then tomorrow for re-rigging Teo's face. Be easy, Harrier. Thank you so much, Toaster. Rest well when you get to it, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you were able to be productive alongside me as well. And rest well when you get to it. Cheery bye, everyone. Night-night.